Welcome to Moon's Fairy Tales. Today, we venture into the dark and gripping world of The Last of Us with fractured Joel's tale. What if Joel failed to save Ellie? What if, in his grief, he spiraled into vengeance only to discover the truth that shatters everything? Sit back, relax, and let the shadows of Joel's journey pull you into a story of loss, rage, and the search for redemption. Chapter 1: Silence. Joel's eyes opened to the stillness. The kind of quiet that didn't exist in a world like his. A world filled with clickers, runners, and the incessant whispers of survival. But here, there was only silence. The stark, unnatural silence of the hospital room stretched out in front of him, suffocating. His body was heavy, and the ache in his chest wasn't just physical, it was deeper, rooted in a place no amount of time could heal. He sat up slowly, his joints protesting. The sterile scent of antiseptic stung his nose, but something was missing. Something vital. It took him a second to realize what it was. Ellie. His heart stuttered in his chest as the memory came crashing back. The room felt too empty, too vast without her. His mind raced, flashing through the last moments he had with her. The panic, the desperation as he tried to save her. But he had failed. The realization sunk in like a dagger to his gut. Ellie. Her name barely escaped his lips, a whisper swallowed by the oppressive stillness. Joel's hands trembled, and for a brief moment, he felt the overwhelming urge to scream. But the scream never came. It was trapped, lodged in his throat like a stone. He stood, knees buckling under the weight of it all. The hospital corridors stretched out like a maze, twisting and turning in ways he didn't remember. Each step he took echoed down the halls, but it felt like he was walking in quicksand, dragging his feet through the weight of his failure. His mind wandered back to her laughter, her stubbornness, the fire in her eyes that burned even in the darkest moments. She was gone, and it was his fault. He rounded a corner and found himself at the operating room. The door was ajar, the faint smell of blood lingering in the air. For a moment, he hesitated. A part of him wanted to turn away, to pretend none of this was real. But he couldn't. He owed it to her. Pushing the door open, Joel stepped inside. The room was a ghost of what it had been. The medical equipment, the blood-stained floor, the silence of the dead. His eyes were drawn to the surgical table. It was empty now, but the image of Ellie lying there, cold, lifeless, was burned into his mind. Her face, pale and still. Her chest that no longer rose or fell. God damn it. His voice cracked. The anger, the guilt, it all bubbled to the surface, and his fist collided with the metal tray next to him, sending it clattering to the floor. The noise shattered the silence, but it did nothing to ease the hollow ache inside of him. He couldn't protect her. Joel sank to his knees, the weight of the room pressing down on him. His chest heaved with ragged breaths as he stared at the spot where she had been. It was all supposed to mean something. Her death, her sacrifice, it was supposed to save people. But now, there was nothing. Just emptiness. I'm so sorry, kiddo. His voice was barely a whisper, his hand gripping the edge of the table as if it could somehow tether him to the moment. But Ellie wasn't there to hear him. She would never hear him again. The minutes ticked by, though Joel wasn't sure how long he sat there. Time had lost its meaning. All that remained was the suffocating silence and the growing realization of what he had lost. He stood, his legs shaky as he forced himself to leave the room. But the hospital wasn't any better. Every corner, every shadow reminded him of her. His thoughts circled endlessly, like vultures picking at his mind. He had let her down. He had failed her. How could he ever live with that? As Joel made his way through the deserted halls, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. His grief was twisting into something darker, something he wasn't ready to face yet. Not here. Not now. Outside the hospital, the world continued in its relentless, indifferent way. The sky was overcast, gray and heavy, as if mourning with him. But Joel didn't care. Everything he had fought for, everything he had sacrificed, felt meaningless now. Without her, what was the point? He looked around the abandoned streets. The city had fallen silent, just like the hospital. The distant moans that infected echoed from somewhere far off, but none of it registered. Joel's world had collapsed into itself, the center of it all gone forever. As he walked, the images of Ellie's last moments wouldn't leave him. The look on her face when she realized she was about to die, the trust in her eyes when she looked at him as if she believed, right up to the end, that he would save her. But he didn't. He couldn't. Damn it. He roared into the emptiness, the sound bouncing off the walls of the buildings around him. His fists clenched so hard his knuckles went white, but the rage simmering beneath the surface wasn't ready to explode just yet. It waited. It lingered. Joel turned his back on the hospital, his heart heavy, his mind a storm of regret and self-loathing. He knew what came next. Jackson was waiting for him, though the thought of returning there made his stomach churn. How could he face them? How could he face Tommy? The walk back felt endless, every step weighed down by memories of Ellie. He couldn't stop hearing her voice in his head, couldn't stop seeing her face in the shadows. Every time he closed his eyes, there she was, just out of reach. His hands, soaked in blood, her blood, trembled as he tried to shake the images away. But no matter how far he walked, no matter how hard he tried, the silence followed him. And the guilt? The guilt never left. Chapter 2, Guilt. The road back to Jackson was a blur. Joel's body moved, step after step, but his mind remained in the hospital. In that room. With her. Ellie's absence was like a shadow that clung to him, growing heavier with every mile. He could hear her voice in his mind, feel her presence in the cold air, but each time he reached out, it was like grasping at smoke. She was gone. When he finally reached the gates of Jackson, the sun had started to dip below the horizon, casting the town in a soft, fading light. The sight of it brought no comfort. This place was supposed to be a sanctuary, a home. Now, it was just another reminder of how much he had lost. Tommy was waiting for him, his face pale and anxious. "Joel, what happened?" Joel didn't respond. He couldn't. The words were lodged in his throat, too thick to speak. He pushed past his brother, barely acknowledging the concerned voices of the people around him. They didn't understand. They couldn't understand. He made his way to the house, Ellie's house. His footsteps were slow, each one heavier than the last, but there was a force pulling him there, something he couldn't fight. Her room was untouched. The bed still unmade, her books scattered across the floor, the faint smell of her clinging to the air. His breath caught in his throat as he stepped inside. He closed the door behind him, shutting out the world, and collapsed onto the bed. His hands trembled as he reached for one of her books, tracing the cover with a rough finger. It was one of the ones she read over and over again. The pages were worn, frayed at the edges. He opened it, but the words blurred together, meaningless. What if I had been faster? The thought hit him like a fist to the gut. What if he had moved quicker? What if he had been smarter, stronger? What if he hadn't let her down? His eyes burned, but no tears came. They never did. Instead, the weight of everything pressed down on him, crushing his chest, making it hard to breathe. I could have saved her. I should have saved her. Ellie's face was there, in his mind's eye. The way she had smiled at him, that crooked, mischievous grin. The way she had laughed, full of life, full of hope. And then, in the blink of an eye, it was gone. The image warped, turning into something darker, colder. Her lifeless body on that table. The blood. The stillness. Joel slammed the book shut and threw it across the room. It hit the wall with a thud, falling to the floor in a mess of pages. But the act brought no relief. The guilt was too thick, too deep, sinking into his bones, suffocating him. He stood, pacing the small room like a caged animal. His thoughts spun in circles, each one darker than the last. Every time he closed his eyes, the scene played out again. Her death. His failure. Over and over. God damn it, he growled, his voice harsh, raw. His hands curled into fists, nails digging into his palms as he fought the wave of emotion threatening to drown him. He couldn't do this. He couldn't stay here. Not in this room. Not with these memories. He pushed out of the house, his legs carrying him to the only place he could think of, Tommy's. His brother was waiting for him, the same worried expression on his face. But Joel didn't want to talk. He couldn't. Not yet. Not when everything inside him was frayed and torn apart. Tommy didn't press him. He didn't ask questions. He just handed Joel a bottle of whiskey and sat down across from him. The silence between them was thick, but it wasn't uncomfortable. It was the only thing Joel could handle right now. Hours passed like that. Joel staring at the bottle in his hand, the liquid untouched. His mind wandered, chasing after memories he couldn't hold on to. She trusted me, Joel finally said, his voice low, almost a whisper. It was the first thing he had said since he walked through the gates. She believed I could save her. Tommy didn't respond. He just listened. I failed her, Tommy. Joel's grip tightened around the bottle, his knuckles turning white. She's dead because of me. The weight of those words settled over them like a heavy blanket, suffocating. Tommy's face was tight, his eyes filled with a pain that mirrored Joel's own. But there was nothing either of them could say to change it. The night dragged on, and the more Joel spoke, the darker his thoughts became. He replayed every moment in his mind, dissecting it, picking it apart, searching for the moment he could have done something different. The moment he could have saved her. But no matter how many times he replayed it, the outcome was always the same. Ellie was gone. Days passed in a blur. Joel became a ghost in Jackson, moving through the motions of life without truly being there. Every face he saw reminded him of Ellie. The way she would have fit into this town. The life she could have had here. The friends she could have made. The family she would never know. He avoided Tommy, avoided Maria, avoided everyone. He couldn't stand the way they looked at him. The pity in their eyes. They didn't say it, but he knew they were thinking it. It's his fault. He couldn't save her. And maybe they were right. The worst part was the quiet moments. When he was alone in the house, the guilt gnawed at him, eating away at whatever was left of his soul. he could still hear her. Every night, her voice echoed in his head, begging him to save her, to keep her safe. And every time, he failed. His mind became a prison of what-ifs, each one more painful than the last. He saw her everywhere, in the faces of the children playing in the streets, in the laughter of people around him. She haunted his dreams, her eyes wide, staring up at him, accusing. "You let me die." And Joel couldn't argue with that. He had. His isolation grew, pushing even Tommy away. His brother tried, again and again, to pull him out of the pit he had fallen into, but Joel wasn't ready. He couldn't face it. Not yet. So he pushed everyone away. It was easier that way. But the silence wasn't enough to drown out the guilt. One night, as Joel lay on the bed, staring up at the ceiling, he realized something. It wasn't just the loss of Ellie that was eating him alive. It was the knowledge that it had all been for nothing. Her death, her sacrifice, it was supposed to mean something. It was supposed to save people. But it hadn't. And that truth was the heaviest burden of all. Chapter 3: Vengeance. The days in Jackson were suffocating. Joel had tried to bury his guilt, to push it down far enough that it would gnaw at him with every breath. But no matter how hard he tried, Ellie's face haunted him. Her laugh echoed in the streets, her shadow lingered at every corner. And always, he heard her last words. "I trusted you." Joel couldn't escape it. And the more he fought to live with it, the heavier the weight became. But something else began to grow alongside the guilt. A new feeling, one that crept into the cracks left by his grief. Rage. He first heard the rumor on a cold evening. He had been at the bar in Jackson, nursing a drink that had long gone stale, trying to keep his mind from drifting back to the familiar dark places. Then a name caught his ear. The Fireflies. At first, he thought he had misheard. The Fireflies were gone. He had made sure of that. He had torn through their ranks, left their leaders dead on that hospital floor. The thought of them still existing, of them still holding some kind of power, ignited something fierce inside of him. Joel leaned closer to the conversation. Two men sat at the far end of the bar, their voices low, but the name was enough to set his blood boiling. "They're regrouping," one of them said, a former smuggler by the look of him. "Down south. Something about rebuilding what was lost." Joel's grip on the bottle tightened. He had tried to move past it, to let the Fireflies rot with Ellie's memory. But now, knowing they were still out there, planning, breathing, it filled him with a dark purpose. For nothing, Joel muttered under his breath, his mind racing with memories of Ellie on that operating table. The Fireflies had promised salvation, but they had given him nothing but death. The anger that had simmered beneath his guilt now flared, twisting his grief into something more dangerous. If Ellie's death was for nothing, then the people responsible would pay. Joel stood abruptly, his chair scraping against the wooden floor. The two men glanced his way, startled, but he didn't care. He stormed out of the bar, the cold air hitting him hard, but it did nothing to cool the fire burning inside. The days that followed were a blur. Joel couldn't sit still. His hands shook with an energy that he hadn't felt since the days when survival was a daily fight. He paced, restless, the rage building until he couldn't contain it any longer. He sought out information wherever he could find it, any whisper, any rumor of the Fireflies trying to rebuild. It didn't take long before he found it. A former Firefly, now hiding out in an abandoned building just outside of Jackson, had been spotted. Joel tracked him down, his footsteps heavy with purpose. The man was younger than Joel expected, but that didn't matter. He had been one of them, and that was all that mattered now. Joel grabbed the man by the collar, slamming him against the wall before the guy even had a chance to speak. "Where are they?" Joel's voice was low, dangerous. The man's eyes widened in fear, his hand scrabbling at Joel's wrist. I don't know what you're talking about." Joel's grip tightened. "The fireflies. Where are they hiding?" The man choked, his face turning red as he struggled to breathe. There's nothing left. I swear." Joel's fist collided with the man's jaw, sending him crumpling to the ground. "Don't lie to me." The venom in Joel's voice made the air thick with tension. He knelt beside the man, his face inches from the trembling figure. "I will make you talk." The man spat out blood, his words barely a whisper. They're scattered. South, somewhere in the south. I swear, that's all I know." Joel stood, towering over the beaten figure, his mind already racing. The fireflies were scattered. But that didn't matter. He would find them. Every last one of them. "You don't deserve to breathe," Joel muttered, his boot coming down hard on the man's ribs. A crack echoed through the room, but Joel didn't flinch. The pain of others no longer touched him. All that mattered was the fire burning in his chest, the need for vengeance. The next morning, Joel packed what he needed for the journey south. His mind was sharp, clear for the first time since Ellie's death. His purpose was simple now. He didn't have to dwell on the guilt. The what-ifs faded into the background as the thirst for revenge consumed him. Tommy caught wind of his plan and confronted him before he could leave. "You're really gonna do this?" His voice was filled with disbelief, but Joel saw the anger simmering just beneath it. Joel didn't respond at first. He couldn't find the words that would make Tommy understand. This wasn't just about Ellie anymore. It was about everything. The lies, the manipulation, the promise of a cure that never existed. "I have to," Joel finally said, his voice steady. "They're still out there, Tommy. Still breathing." After everything they did, his words trailed off, the rage simmering under his calm exterior. Tommy shook his head, his hands clenched into fists. "This ain't gonna bring her back, Joel. You know that, right?" Joel's jaw tightened. "Doesn't matter. They have to pay." The tension between the brothers hung in the air, thick and heavy. Tommy knew he couldn't stop Joel, but the pain in his eyes cut deeper than any words could. "You're gonna get yourself killed," Tommy muttered. "Or worse." Joel didn't flinch. He had already accepted that possibility. In truth, part of him welcomed it. Days on the road blurred into weeks. Joel tracked the remnants of the fireflies with a single-minded obsession, following every lead, every whisper. His movements became more erratic, more dangerous, as his desperation grew. Every time he found a firefly, they either ran or fought, but Joel never hesitated. His hands were stained with the blood of those he hunted, but it wasn't enough. It would never be enough. The rage had taken root inside him, driving him forward with a cold, ruthless efficiency. The world around him faded into a backdrop of violence and vengeance. He didn't care about the infected that roamed the wilderness or the survivors he passed along the way. All that mattered was finding the people who had lied. The people who had promised him a cure and delivered nothing but death. One evening, as he sat by a dying campfire, Joel pulled out Ellie's switchblade. The firelight flickered across its worn surface, and for the first time in days, his chest tightened with something other than anger. He had taken it from her after everything. It was all he had left of her now. "I couldn't protect you," he whispered into the darkness, the blade turning slowly in his hands. "But I'll make sure they pay." He wasn't sure if the promise was for her or for himself. But either way, it was all that kept him going. Joel's journey south had only just begun, but the fire inside him was burning hotter than ever. Every step he took, every life he ended, brought him closer to the final reckoning. The people responsible for Ellie's death were still out there, and when he found them, there would be no mercy. Chapter 4: Loss. The days stretched long, and the nights even longer as Joel pushed deeper into unknown territory. The southern landscape was unforgiving, barren in places, and filled with dangers in others. But Joel didn't care. Every mile was another step closer to the remnants of the fireflies, another step towards making someone pay. His body ached, the strain of constant travel weighing on his bones, but he didn't let up. The rage that had driven him south was still there, burning deep inside, but something else had begun to take root alongside it. Loss. Not just the loss of Ellie. That was always with him, lingering like a wound that wouldn't heal. But this loss was different. It was a hollowing out of something deeper, his humanity. Every person he encountered on this journey reminded him of what he had sacrificed, of what he had given up in the pursuit of vengeance. The survivors he met along the way were broken, just like him. They had lost family, friends, entire communities. They had fought, bled, and survived, but there was a difference between surviving and living. Joel could see it in their eyes. Many of them still clung to the hope of rebuilding, of finding some sense of normalcy in the chaos. They looked at the ruins of the old world and dreamed of something better. But not Joel. The world had taken Ellie from him, and with her, it had taken his hope. He didn't believe in rebuilding anymore. Didn't believe in anything beyond his need to see the fireflies suffer for what they had done. As far as he was concerned, there was nothing left to save. It wasn't long before Joel's path crossed with another group. They were survivors, like the others, but something about them was different. They didn't talk of rebuilding. They didn't look to the future. Like him, they had lost everything, and now they just drifted through the wasteland, scavenging what they could and taking from those too weak to defend themselves. Joel found them camped out near an old gas station, their fire flickering weakly in the night air. They didn't bother with pleasantries. There was no need. These weren't the kind of people you befriended. They were the kind of people you used. Joel approached them with cold purpose, his expression hard. One of the men glanced up from the fire, his face marked with old scars, eyes dead to the world. "You looking for trouble, old man?" the scarred man asked, his voice low, almost amused. Joel ignored the insult. "Heard you've been south. Seen any fireflies?" The man laughed, a harsh sound that made Joel's fingers twitch towards the gun on his hip. "Fireflies? Those idiots? Thought they were long gone." Joel's jaw clenched. "They're not. They're regrouping." The man eyed him for a moment, then gestured for Joel to sit by the fire. "You're one of them, aren't you? One of the folks still chasing after ghosts?" He shook his head, spitting into the flames. "Ain't nothing left of that dream. You're wasting your time." Joel stayed standing. "Maybe. But I'm not leaving until I get answers." The man exchanged a glance with the others around the fire, but none of them moved. It was as if they didn't care about the threat that lingered in Joel's voice. They were already dead inside, just waiting for the world to finish the job. You really think it's gonna matter? One of them asked, his voice soft, almost distant. Even if you find him, what then? What's left after that? Joel didn't answer. He didn't have to. He didn't care about what came after. He couldn't think that far ahead. The men around the fire didn't press him. They seemed to understand in their own twisted way. There was a silent camaraderie between them, people who had lost everything and didn't know what to do with the emptiness that remained. Days passed as Joel continued his journey southward, the wilderness growing denser, more dangerous. Infected roamed in packs, their guttural sounds filling the nights, but Joel moved through it all with the same cold precision. He wasn't afraid of them. Not anymore. There was something freeing about having nothing left to lose. But the farther he went, the more he felt it, the creeping realization that he was drifting. His singular focus on revenge had kept him moving, but now, with each passing day, it felt more and more hollow. The fireflies were out there, sure. But would killing them bring him peace? Would it make Ellie's death mean anything? No, it wouldn't. And deep down, Joel already knew that. But he pressed on anyway, because stopping meant facing the truth. Stopping meant looking in the mirror and realizing that the man staring back at him was no longer someone Ellie would have recognized. He had become something else. Something colder, darker. There were moments, though, when Joel could almost feel Ellie with him. Her voice would slip into his mind when he least expected it, whispering his name as if she was just around the corner, waiting for him. Those moments hurt the most. They were a reminder of everything he had lost, everything he couldn't get back. "I'm sorry, kiddo," he would mutter under his breath, his hands gripping the straps of his pack tightly. But the words felt empty. Sorry wasn't enough. Sorry wouldn't bring her back. One night, Joel found himself camped by the ruins of an old house. The walls were crumbling, the roof long gone, but it provided enough shelter to keep him out of the cold. He sat by the fire, staring into the flames, lost in thought. Across from him sat another survivor, a woman who had joined him on the road days earlier. Her name was Abby. She hadn't said much when they met, and Joel hadn't bothered asking for details. She was like him, drifting, lost in her own way. They didn't need to talk about it. The silence between them was enough. "You still think it's worth it?" Abby asked, breaking the quiet. Her voice was low, her gaze fixed on the fire, chasing after the fireflies. After all this time, Joel didn't answer right away. He didn't know how to. The truth was, he didn't know if it was worth it anymore. But he couldn't stop. "It's all I got," he finally muttered, his voice rough. Abby nodded, as if she understood. "Yeah, me too." They sat in silence for a while longer, the fire crackling softly between them. The night pressed in from all sides, the weight of their losses hanging heavy in the air. But for the first time in a long while, Joel didn't feel completely alone. He didn't feel comforted, but he didn't feel like the last man standing in a world that had forgotten him. Abby stood, stretching her limbs, and looked out into the darkness. "You should get some rest," she said quietly, her voice carrying a note of finality. Long road ahead. Joel watched her for a moment, his thoughts heavy. He knew the road was long. And he knew, deep down, that it led to more than just the fireflies. It led to something far more dangerous. It led to the final pieces of who he had once been. As the fire died down, Joel lay back against the crumbling wall of the house, his body aching from the day's journey. His mind wandered to Ellie, as it always did, and the weight of her loss settled over him like a shroud. He couldn't save her. He couldn't undo the past. But the only thing keeping him from falling apart completely was the thought of making the fireflies pay. But with each passing day, the line between vengeance and emptiness blurred. And Joel wasn't sure which side he was falling towards. Chapter 5: Rage. Joel's heart pounded in his chest as he moved through the dense forest, the cold air biting at his skin. Every step was fueled by a simmering fury, a rage that had built over the months. His thoughts were dark, and every passing day had only made the anger stronger. The fireflies, their lies, their false promises, had taken everything from him. And now, he was going to make them pay. The forest around him was quiet, save for the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. Shadows stretched long and dark beneath the trees, but Joel's focus was unshakable. He knew he was close now. His informants had given him the location of a small firefly outpost hidden deep in the mountains. This would be the end of it. The final reckoning. Joel's fingers twitched against the handle of his rifle, his grip tightening with each step. His mind flickered with memories, Ellie's face, her laughter, the hope in her eyes. And then, the stillness. The cold, lifeless body on that operating table. The fire inside him burned hotter, consuming what little humanity was left. It didn't matter who stood in his way. It didn't matter what he had to do. This was justice. This was vengeance. As he neared the outpost, Joel's breathing became slower, more controlled. His mind was clear, his purpose sharp. The outpost was small, nestled between two cliffs, with makeshift barricades and a single watchtower. It was quiet, too quiet. But Joel wasn't surprised. The fireflies were scattered, broken. This was one of the last remnants, a desperate group clinging to a dream that had already died. Joel crouched low behind a boulder, scanning the area. Two guards stood by the entrance, their rifles slung lazily over their shoulders. They looked tired, worn down by years of surviving in this broken world. Joel didn't care. To him, they were obstacles, just more bodies between him and the closure he craved. He moved silently, his footsteps barely a whisper against the forest floor. As he crept closer, his hands tightened around the grip of his weapon. His heart raced, but his mind was steady, locked on what needed to be done. When he was close enough, Joel raised his rifle and fired. The shot echoed through the trees, and the first guard crumpled to the ground. Before the second could react, Joel was already on him, his knife flashing in the dim light. It was quick. Efficient. Joel didn't linger on the bodies. He stepped over them, his eyes fixed on the outpost ahead. The entrance was clear now, the path open. But as he moved closer, something inside him twisted. This wasn't the first time he had killed in the name of revenge. It wasn't the first time he had silenced the guilt with violence. But this time felt different. The weight of everything, Ellie's death, the lies, the endless bloodshed, was heavier now. Darker. He shook the thought from his mind. This wasn't the time for doubt. There would be time to reflect later, once the fireflies were gone. Once the people responsible for Ellie's death had paid. Joel pushed through the entrance of the outpost, his eyes scanning the area. The outpost was small, only a few buildings huddled together in the clearing. There was no movement, no sign of life. For a moment, Joel wondered if the fireflies had abandoned the place, if they had already scattered and disappeared into the wilderness. But then, he heard it, the sound of footsteps, faint but unmistakable, coming from one of the larger buildings. He moved quickly, his body tense and ready. As he reached the door, he hesitated for just a second. His mind flashed with images of Ellie, her smile, her determination, her belief that they could change the world. And then, the image of her lying still and cold, surrounded by sterile hospital walls. "This is for you, kiddo," Joel muttered under his breath, before kicking the door open. Inside, the room was dimly lit, with papers and supplies scattered across the floor. A handful of fireflies were gathered around a table, their faces etched with worry. They looked up in shock as Joel entered, his rifle raised. One of them, a woman with tired eyes and a firefly patch on her arm, stepped forward, her hands raised in a gesture of surrender. "Please," she said, her voice trembling. "We're not a threat. We're just trying to survive." Joel's eyes narrowed, the rage bubbling up again. "You killed her. You took her from me. And now you think you can just hide out here and pretend like it didn't happen?" The woman's face crumpled in confusion. "What are you talking about? Who are you?" But Joel didn't wait for her to finish. His finger tightened on the trigger, and the gunshot rang out, cutting her words short. The other fireflies scrambled for cover, but Joel was already moving, his mind a blur of anger and violence. Each shot, each pull of the trigger, was another step toward the closure he so desperately sought. By the time the room fell silent, Joel stood alone, surrounded by the bodies of the fireflies. His chest heaved with heavy breaths, his heart racing. The room was quiet now, save for the faint crackling of a fire in the corner. But the rage that had fueled him, the fire that had driven him here, it wasn't gone. If anything, it felt even stronger, burning deeper into his soul. He stood there for a long moment, staring down at the bodies. He had done what he came to do. He had taken his vengeance. But the hollow feeling inside him, the emptiness, remained. Joel lowered his rifle, his hand shaking. This was supposed to be the end. This was supposed to be the moment when everything made sense, when all the pain and guilt finally faded away. But it hadn't. The anger was still there, bubbling just beneath the surface, ready to consume him again. He staggered back toward the door, his mind reeling. This wasn't over. It would never be over. No matter how many fireflies he killed, no matter how much blood he spilled, he couldn't change what had happened to Ellie. He couldn't bring her back. Joel stepped out into the cold night air, the wind biting at his skin. The stars above him were bright, but they offered no comfort. The weight of everything, Ellie's death, the lives he had taken, the path he had chosen, pressed down on him like a leaden blanket. "What am I doing?" he whispered to himself, his voice barely audible. The question lingered in the air, unanswered. As Joel began his long walk back through the forest, the rage still simmered inside him. But now, it was accompanied by something else. Doubt. Fear. And the growing realization that no amount of violence would ever bring him the peace he so desperately sought. He had started this journey in search of revenge, but now, he wasn't sure what he was searching for anymore. Chapter 6. Truth. Joel's footsteps echoed in the cavernous hall of the abandoned factory. The air was thick with dust and decay, the remnants of a world long gone, yet his mind was too far gone to notice. His entire body was tense, fingers gripping his rifle as if it were the only thing tethering him to reality. The rage that had fueled him for so long was beginning to flicker, replaced by something colder, emptier. His heart pounded in his chest, But it wasn't from the physical exertion, it was the anticipation of what was to come. The final firefly. Joel had tracked them across miles of wilderness, through blood-soaked battles and endless nights. Each one he found had been another piece of the puzzle. They had scattered after the fall of their base, but a few of them had remained in hiding, clinging to the hope that the world could still be saved. Now, there was only one left. One more piece of the broken promise that had taken Ellie from him. And Joel was standing at the door of what was supposed to be the end of his long road of vengeance. He moved forward, his breath shallow as he pushed open a rusted metal door. Inside, the last firefly waited. The man was older, his face withered from years of survival. He sat behind a makeshift desk, papers scattered in front of him, but his eyes were focused entirely on Joel. There was no fear in them, only resignation. Joel. The man's voice was soft, almost calm. "I've been expecting you." Joel's jaw tightened, the fire inside him flaring up again, just enough to keep him from wavering. "Then you know why I'm here." The firefly sighed, leaning back in his chair. "I know, but you've come for the wrong reason." Joel's hands gripped the rifle tighter. "Don't play games with me. You know why I'm here." The man didn't flinch. "You think this is about revenge, about justice. But it's not. This is about the truth." Joel's heart pounded louder in his ears, the anger rising. "You killed her. You promised a cure, and you killed her for nothing." The firefly stood slowly, his movements deliberate, as if he wasn't concerned about the gun in Joel's hands. "I didn't kill her, Joel. You know that. Ellie, she chose this." Joel's chest tightened, a knot forming deep inside him. His fingers twitched on the trigger, but he didn't fire. "She didn't know," he growled. "She didn't know it wouldn't work." The man's eyes softened, and he shook his head. "You're wrong. She knew, Joel. She knew from the start that the cure wasn't guaranteed. We all knew. But she accepted it. She was willing to die for the chance, even if it was slim." Joel's world shifted in that moment, the foundation he had built his rage on beginning to crack. "No," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "That's not true." The firefly took a step closer, his voice steady but filled with an almost unbearable sadness. "It is true." Ellie was never naive. She understood the risks, but she still believed it was worth it. She believed in something bigger than herself. Something you never could. Joel's mind reeled, the words hitting him like a physical blow. Ellie had known? She had known that the cure might not work, that she might die for nothing, and she had gone through with it anyway? He had fought so hard to protect her, to save her from the fireflies, but all along, she had been willing to make the ultimate sacrifice. "No!" Joel shouted, the anger rising again, desperate to drown out the truth. "You're lying. She wouldn't just throw her life away like that." The firefly's expression didn't change. "She didn't throw it away, Joel. She gave it. For a chance to save millions. She trusted us. She trusted you." The words cut deeper than any bullet could have. Joel's hands shook, his vision blurring as the weight of it all crashed down on him. He had spent so much time chasing vengeance, consumed by the need to make the fireflies pay for taking Ellie from him. But the truth was, Ellie had made the choice herself. She had accepted her fate. And he had taken that from her. The gun in Joel's hand suddenly felt heavy, the anger that had driven him for so long flickering out like a dying flame. His knees buckled, and before he could stop himself, he sank to the floor, the rifle falling from his grasp. His chest heaved with ragged breaths, the pain inside him too great to contain. "I was supposed to protect her," Joel whispered, his voice breaking. "I was supposed to save her." The firefly knelt in front of him, his eyes filled with a deep sorrow. "You did what you thought was right. But Ellie made her own choice. And she chose to give the world a chance, no matter how small." Joel's hands covered his face as the realization sank in. He had spent months, years, blaming the fireflies, hunting them down, killing them one by one. But all along, the person he had truly been running from was himself. Ellie had trusted him to do the right thing, and he had taken that trust and twisted it into something dark, something violent. "She's gone," Joel whispered, his voice hollow. "And I couldn't even let her choose." The firefly stood, his voice soft. "It's not too late, Joel. You can still honor her memory. Not through violence, not through revenge, but by accepting what she wanted, by accepting her choice." Joel didn't respond. He couldn't. The weight of everything he had done, every life he had taken in Ellie's name, pressed down on him, threatening to crush him. He had become something he didn't recognize, and now, with the truth laid bare before him, he wasn't sure if he could ever find his way back. For the first time since Ellie's death, Joel felt truly hollow. The rage that had kept him moving, kept him breathing, was gone. All that remained was the unbearable guilt, the knowledge that he had failed her in more ways than he could ever fix. As Joel sat there, broken and defeated, the firefly turned to leave. But before he did, he placed a hand on Joel's shoulder, his voice barely above a whisper. "She forgave you, Joel. Maybe it's time you forgave yourself." With that, the man walked away, leaving Joel alone in the empty factory. The silence that followed was deafening, but it wasn't the same silence that had haunted him since Ellie's death. This silence was different. It was the silence of the truth. Chapter 7: Remorse. The road back to Jackson was a long one, but it was the silence that weighed on Joel more than the miles. After his confrontation with the last firefly, everything felt hollow. The rage that had once burned so hot within him was gone, leaving only a cold emptiness in its place. Ellie had known the cure might not work. She had chosen to risk her life for it. That truth had shattered the foundation Joel had been standing on, sending him spiraling into a void he couldn't climb out of. For so long, he had carried the weight of her death as something forced upon him, something he could avenge. But the reality was far more devastating. It had been Ellie's decision all along. As Jackson came into view, a bitter taste rose in his throat. He had left this place on a path of destruction, driven by his thirst for vengeance. Now, he was returning a broken man, one who had nothing left to offer but regret. The world hadn't changed, but he had. And he didn't know if there was anything left of himself to salvage. Tommy was the first to see him coming. His brother stood at the gates, his expression hard, unreadable. Joel knew Tommy was angry. He'd been angry ever since Joel had left without explanation. But now, standing in front of his brother, Joel couldn't find the words to explain himself. What could he say? That he had hunted down the fireflies only to discover that everything he'd done, every death, every drop of blood, had been meaningless? Tommy didn't say anything at first. He just looked at Joel, taking in the gauntness of his face, the hollowness in his eyes. "You're back," Tommy finally said, his voice flat. Joel nodded, but the words stuck in his throat. He couldn't even bring himself to meet Tommy's gaze. "You gonna tell me what the hell happened out there?" Joel swallowed, the weight of the question pressing down on him. He wanted to speak, but how could he begin to explain everything? How could he confess that he had become a man even Ellie wouldn't have recognized? I didn't find what I was looking for," Joel muttered, his voice hoarse. Tommy's brow furrowed. "That's it? You disappeared, left us all worried, and that's all you got to say?" Joel clenched his fists, trying to suppress the flood of emotions that threatened to overtake him. He didn't deserve Tommy's anger. He deserved worse. "I didn't leave you for nothing, Tommy," Joel finally said, his voice low. "I thought," he stopped himself, shaking his head. "No, I wanted it to mean something. I thought killing the fireflies would bring me peace." Tommy's face softened, but there was still a coldness in his eyes. "And did it? Bring you peace?" Joel shook his head slowly. "No, it didn't." His voice cracked, and for a moment, he felt like he might break right there in front of his brother. "It didn't bring Ellie back. It didn't fix anything." Tommy stepped forward, his hand resting on Joel's shoulder. There was no anger in his touch, just a quiet understanding. "You did what you thought you had to do, Joel. But maybe now, it's time to let it go." Joel stared at the ground, unable to respond. He had spent so long running from the truth, drowning in guilt and rage. How could he let it go now? The days that followed were a blur. Joel moved through Jackson like a ghost, avoiding people, avoiding conversations. The guilt clung to him like a second skin, suffocating him with every breath. The town felt like a cage, the walls pressing in on him, reminding him of everything he had lost. He tried to return to the routines of life, but nothing felt right anymore. Every familiar face was a reminder of Ellie. Every quiet moment echoed with her absence. He found himself wandering the streets late at night, unable to sleep, unable to escape the memories that haunted him. Tommy tried to reach out, but Joel pushed him away. It was easier that way. Tommy wouldn't understand the depth of his guilt, the weight of every life he had taken in Ellie's name. He wouldn't understand the way Joel had destroyed himself in the process. "You don't have to do this alone, Joel," Tommy had said one evening, his voice soft, concerned. But Joel had just shaken his head. "I'm not good company right now, Tommy." Tommy sighed, his frustration evident, but he didn't push further. He knew Joel well enough to know when to back off. One evening, Joel found himself at Ellie's old house. He hadn't been there since he returned, but something pulled him toward it now. The house was quiet, untouched, just as she had left it. Her things were still scattered around, her bed still unmade, her books lying in a messy heap on the floor. Joel stood in the doorway, his chest tight, his hands trembling. The sight of her things brought a lump to his throat. She had been so full of life, so full of hope. And now, she was gone. And for what? He stepped inside, his boots creaking on the wooden floor. His eyes drifted to her guitar, leaning against the wall, untouched. He remembered teaching her how to play, remembered the way her face would light up when she finally got a chord right. Those memories felt like a lifetime ago, like they belonged to someone else. Joel sat on the edge of her bed, his head in his hands. "I'm sorry, kiddo," he whispered, his voice breaking. "I'm so sorry." The house was too quiet, too still, and the silence only amplified his guilt. He had failed her. He had taken away her choice, had stolen her chance to make a difference. And for what? So he could keep her by his side a little longer? So he could avoid the pain of losing her? "You deserve better," he muttered, his voice barely audible. "You deserve more than what I gave you." For hours, Joel sat in the quiet, the weight of his remorse pressing down on him. He had thought vengeance would bring him closure, but all it had done was hollow him out even further. The lives he had taken, the people he had hurt, none of it had brought him peace. Days passed, and the remorse only deepened. The faces of the people he had killed haunted him in his sleep, their eyes accusing, their blood on his hands. He couldn't escape the truth. He had become the very thing he had fought against for so long. He had become a monster in his own right. Tommy tried to pull him out of it, but Joel kept pushing him away. The shame was too great. How could he face his brother, knowing what he had done? How could he face anyone? He avoided Maria, avoided everyone. The isolation was comforting in a way. It allowed him to wallow in his guilt without having to confront the people he had let down. One night, as Joel wandered the outskirts of Jackson, he found himself standing on a ridge overlooking the town. The lights of Jackson flickered below him, a small beacon of hope in a world full of darkness. But Joel didn't feel hope. He felt lost, adrift in the sea of his own mistakes. For so long, he had been driven by anger, by the need to do something, anything, to make Ellie's death mean something. But now, with the truth laid bare before him, all he could see was the destruction he had caused. He had hurt people. He had taken lives in the name of vengeance, and now he couldn't even remember why it had mattered so much. As Joel stood there, staring down at the town below, the weight of his remorse became too much to bear. The guilt, the shame, the pain, it all came crashing down on him, and for the first time in a long while, he felt truly alone. But somewhere, deep within the hollowed-out shell of his soul, a small voice whispered that maybe, just maybe, there was still a way forward. A way to make peace with himself. A way to honor Ellie's memory without destroying himself in the process. Joel wasn't sure if he could ever find that path. But for the first time in a long time, he allowed himself to hope. Chapter 8: Redemption. Joel sat alone on the porch of his house in Jackson, the cool evening air brushing against his face. The sky above him was painted in shades of deep purple and orange as the sun dipped below the horizon. The town behind him hummed with the quiet sounds of life, the distant chatter of families, the soft clatter of tools as people wrapped up their work for the day. Life moved on, even if Joel felt like he was stuck in the past, haunted by everything he had done. He stared out at the fields, his mind replaying the memories that had plagued him since his return. Every face he had seen, every life he had taken, every promise he had broken, they all weighed on him, refusing to let him forget. The man he had become on the road, consumed by rage and vengeance, was someone he barely recognized. But even with all the regret, there was something else. A small, flickering hope. It wasn't much, but it was enough to keep him from sinking completely into the darkness. Ellie's voice echoed in his mind. He could still hear her laughter, the way she teased him, the way she looked at him with trust in her eyes. And then, the memory of her lying on that operating table, cold and still, flashed before him again. His chest tightened, but he forced himself to take a deep breath. It was time to make a choice. Tommy found him the next morning, still sitting on the porch. Joel hadn't slept, but his eyes were clearer than they had been in weeks. Tommy sat down next to him, leaning back against the wooden railing. They sat in silence for a long moment, the weight of their shared past hanging between them. Finally, Tommy broke the silence. You look like hell. Joel chuckled softly, the sound rough in his throat. Feels like it. He paused, then added, but I'm still here. Tommy nodded, his eyes scanning the horizon. You've been through a lot, Joel. More than anyone should have to bear. But you can't keep carrying it alone. Joel didn't respond right away. He wasn't sure if he knew how to put into words the storm that had been raging inside him for so long. But Tommy was right. He couldn't keep doing this. He couldn't keep running from the truth, from the people who cared about him. I don't know how to fix it, Joel admitted, his voice quiet. I've done so much damage, Tommy. Hurt people, destroyed things I can't take back. Tommy turned to look at him, his gaze steady. Maybe you can't fix everything, but you can start by trying. Ellie wouldn't want you to carry all this weight, Joel. You know that. Ellie's name felt like a knife, but this time the pain wasn't as sharp. It was softer, tinged with the realization that maybe, just maybe, there was a way to honor her that didn't involve violence or vengeance. Joel leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. I've been thinking about her a lot lately, he confessed. About what she would have wanted. And I'm starting to realize I've been doing it all wrong. Tommy didn't say anything, letting the words hang in the air between them. She believed in something bigger than herself, Joel continued, his voice rough. She was willing to give everything for it. And I took that away from her. You were trying to protect her, Tommy said gently. Joel shook his head. Maybe. But I was also protecting myself. I couldn't face losing her. So I made her choice for her. The guilt was still there, heavy and painful, but now it was tempered with something else. A sense of clarity. Joel had spent so long focused on what he had lost that he hadn't allowed himself to think about what Ellie had wanted, what she had stood for. I need to let her go, Joel said, his voice barely above a whisper. Not forget her, but stop holding on to the idea that I could have saved her. Tommy nodded slowly. That's a start, Joel. But it ain't gonna be easy. Joel sighed. I know. He looked down at his hands, the scars and calluses a testament to the life he had lived. But I've got to try. In the days that followed, Joel made small changes. He started helping around Jackson again, fixing things that had been left broken for too long. He talked to people more, even if the conversations were short and awkward. He wasn't looking for forgiveness, not from the people in the town, and not from himself. But he was trying to live, in whatever way he could. And every night, when he sat on the porch and stared up at the stars, he thought of Ellie. He thought about what she would say if she saw him now. He hoped, no, he knew, she would have wanted him to find some kind of peace. One evening, as the sky turned a soft shade of pink, Maria approached him. She sat down next to him, her expression thoughtful. Tommy told me you've been doing better, she said, her voice kind. Joel nodded. Trying, at least. Maria studied him for a moment, then reached into her pocket and pulled out something small. She handed it to him, and when Joel looked down, he saw that it was Ellie's switchblade. I found this in her things, Maria said softly. Thought you should have it. Joel stared at the blade in his hands, the weight of it familiar but different. It felt like a piece of Ellie, something tangible he could hold onto without letting the memories consume him. Thank you, he said, his voice thick with emotion. Maria stood, resting a hand on his shoulder before turning to leave. Joel watched her go, then looked back at the switchblade. He turned it over in his hands, feeling the worn edges, the sharp blade that Ellie had carried with her for so long. "I'm trying, kiddo," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "I'm trying to live the way you would have wanted." For the first time in a long while, Joel felt something shift inside him. It wasn't closure, not exactly. But it was a step towards something better. A step toward redemption. The road ahead was still uncertain, still filled with pain and regret. But Joel was starting to understand that maybe redemption wasn't about erasing the past. Maybe it was about learning to live with it. To carry the weight without letting it destroy you. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the porch, Joel stood and slipped the switchblade into his pocket. He walked back into the house, the faint sounds of life in Jackson surrounding him, and for the first time in a long time, he didn't feel like a stranger in his own skin. He wasn't healed. He wasn't whole. But he was still here. And maybe that was enough. Thanks for joining us on this dark journey of Joel's. If you're eager for more twisted tales, don't forget to subscribe and like the video. Make sure to hit that bell below so you don't miss out on the next fantastic tales. Check out the other stories on the channel and leave a comment letting us know what you thought and what stories you'd like to explore next. Your feedback shapes our next adventure.